following is a presentation of the Magnitude Sports Network.
Kicks and finds Johnson for two.
Time. Let's head up to the broadcast booth for the pregame show right now on Magnitude Sports.
All right, welcome. We're live at Husky Stadium here at St. Cloud State, Minnesota for some MPFL football. It's the preseason showcase, and we weren't able to get into the press box due to some locked doors and some power issues until about 1:18 p.m. They finally got the power turned on, so we're on a little bit late here, but we apologize for that. But we are ready to go here as we rejoin the first quarter of play, and it is 6-0 in favor of the white team, which is on our scoreboard, the guest. The gray or silver team is the home team. We'll zoom in on our camera here momentarily, but first we got to get our clock set here. 45-minute halves. We'll get it caught up to where we're at here right now. We have about 34 minutes remaining here in the first half. 34 minutes and 7 seconds to be exact, so we'll start that clock here in just a couple of minutes. Once again, it's a running time, and then we will have, if they make changes to the time, which they inform me that could potentially happen, they will send me a text message telling us where to set our clock at and all that good stuff. So once again, I just need to click a couple more buttons and we can get the camera zoomed in on the action. 10U is in favor of the visiting team, which is in kind of an American flag, red, white, and blue type style jersey. And the home team will be in the primary silver with some red outlines on it here at Husky Stadium on the campus of St. Cloud State University in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Traveled through the area many times on my way to Minneapolis. I've stopped, ate at a few places, but this is the first time that I'll be spending several hours here in the city of St. Cloud. So certainly looking forward to that. Oh yeah, I haven't done anything yet. I just now got on. No, I'm doing that too, but I All right, and I was just handed a roster here. Hopefully I can read the handwriting. If I mispronounce any of the names, I apologize in advance. Hopefully will not do too terrible of a job on that aspect of it, but all right, so now we got everything squared away here. I gotta test the PA system here, 1 second. All right, welcome back. I think we're ready to go now. Handoff, tackle in the backfield, and a flag. So he's brought down at about the 42. It's going to be a face mask. Once again, we have a running clock, 2 halves of play, 45 minutes per half until we're notified otherwise. There'll be a 10-minute halftime. Game 2 will start at 3:30. Game 3 will start at 5:30. I was informed there's a possibility that Game 3 might start a little sooner than that, depending on how the first 2 games go. So the face mask penalty will move them up. Once again, the home team is the team in the gray. And they are down 6-0 now to the red, white, and blue team. bring him down in the backfield there is Brody Brown, as the ball was pitched to him off the snap. And it'll be an immediate handoff there to number 5. That's Earl Carter Jr. He'll take it to the outside, spin over the 40 down to about the 39-yard line. As the clock continues to tick inside 24 minutes here, and it's a 6-0 lead for White. Red, white, and blue, the All-American team is what we'll call them. This is the 10U game, 12U coming up. Or is this the 8U? Is it 8, 10, 12? I think this might be the 8U game. Can you grab me my phone there? I think I may have made an error on your on-screen scoreboard. No, I was right. 10U, 12U, 14U, so I was right. I was right the first time. It's now 3rd down and 9. And the handoff, and going to the outside, breaking tackles down the sideline, cuts back inside, and he's loose. And he's into the end zone for the touchdown. And I don't have that jersey number on my list of numbers here, which are not in numerical order. Unless I missed it, but so 12-0. So once again, they get, I believe it's 2 points if they run it in and 1 point if they pass it. Clock will stop for injuries, so the clock on the field is stopped at 22:10. We'll stop our clock when it reaches 22:10. And looks like that injury has been taken care of now. Somebody on there, I can't see who it is. Let me take a peek through my binoculars. Larail Johnson is the one that they were checking up on. Once again, they get 2 points if they run it in and 1 point if they pass it in. On the point after attempt after a touchdown. They'll run it out to the outside. He's dragged down inside the 10 at the 9 on the carry there. Was Kellen Fabo. I think it's F-A-B-O. Might be F-A-L-O. Can't read the writing. And now water break here. Current temperature in St. Cloud is, let's take a look here, 75 degrees under a partly cloudy sky. Okay, we have an issue with our camera here. Stand by. There we go. Okay, so the water break's over. The clock will start once the referee blows his whistle. I'm presuming it'll either just be on the snap or right before the snap. Talked to one of the referees before when we arrived at the stadium today, and I think he may have been at previous MPFL events, but he was a pretty nice guy, and I misplaced his name, but I know he was wearing an orange t-shirt underneath those black and yellow stripes, or black and white stripes, I should say. Start the clock now as the ref gives the signal. And taking it to the outside as making the tackle was Kellen Fable. And the ball carrier was trying to catch the jersey number there. I cannot tell you. Inside 20 minutes to go now. Anthony Moore, the quarterback here for 10U Gray. High snap, and he goes right up the middle on a keeper to the 25. Brings up third down now. 19-15 and counting to go. I'll say thanks to a couple of the, I think they're potentially college students, for not only letting us into this press box area here, but getting the power working and all that good stuff. Some substitutions here. Coming in for White is number 58, Gavin Caldwell. He'll come in place of Landon Wynn, who was number 6, who just came off the field. And in the shotgun, he'll get it out to his wide receiver. That's Larail Johnson. And Larail Johnson's going to break loose to the 35, to the 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, and touchdown. And Larail Johnson on a 74-yard touchdown pass puts Gray on the board. That's 12-6. The lead's been sliced in half. Once again, 2 points if they, or 1 point if they run it in, 2 points if they pass it in on the point after attempt here. So now they'll line up here for the point after attempt. Aiden Burving working out of the shotgun in the quarterback position. And now cutting in outside the numbers, and he'll get pulled down at about the 6-yard line. On the carry there was Henry Norman. So now White, with their lead sliced in half, will get the ball back. Once again, in the 10U game, each team starts a possession after the score at the 25-yard line. So it's a 75-yard field instead of a 100-yard field. Any scenarios where a team would choose to punt, they walk it off. I believe it's 35 yards from the line of scrimmage of the play where they elect to punt it. No actual kick takes place. But we've been doing this for about, how long has it been now? It's been about maybe a little over 2 years, and we've seen some fantastic football from some of these young stars, the future high school stars of the Minnesota State High School League, North Dakota high school football, and players from other states outside of North Dakota and South Dakota as well. Of course, this wonderful opportunity for these kids to play in a big venue like this. Brought to you by JJ Kern, who spearheads most of it. And he'll break a jersey tackle attempt there in the backfield, cut back to the inside, and he's over the 40-yard line and still on his feet. Now he cuts near to the numbers, over to the midfield, and outside the numbers, down to the 30. Now he waits, he shuffle steps, gets inside the 20, and he's brought down. And that is a nice long run of approximately 55 yards for Brody Brown. So you go from 1st and 10 to 1st and 10 on one play, and it appears that 10U White's gonna potentially answer quickly here. We'll see if the Grays defense can step it up. Hold them here on this drive that started with the one wonderful play so far here by Brody Brown. Players in white have the primary white jerseys with dark blue numbers outlined in red. They have the blue and white star pattern from the flag on the two shoulders extending down to the left and right side, and then each player has their own choice of colored pants. So now White will set up here officially at the 23-yard line, and there's a penalty, and that will advance White. I think it was a personal foul. I was looking through my binoculars and I just saw the end of the hand motion of the official. So I'll move him up inside the 10 at about the 8-yard line. And now we have another whistle, and the referee's coming in again, giving some vocal instructions here on where the players should line up in the 10U game. And in previous MPFL broadcasts with some of the 8U events, the coaches are allowed on the field to instruct their players as the game moves along. And that will be a quarterback keeper there. That's Jace Strandick, if I'm reading the handwriting right. And he'll lose a couple on that play as he gets brought down at close to the 15. Now pull us inside 11 minutes to go here in the first half. Once again, our clock is designed for high school football, so when a touchdown is scored, the clock stops, and if I'm not there to start it right away, then our clock can get behind. So 10:44 is the official time left. So about a minute off. Not too bad. So 6 more here for White. Oh, no, never mind. They haven't scored yet. They might score. We'll see. It remains 12-6. So Strandkick will take the low snap off the ground, and he will march outside the numbers to the 10 to the 5. He's brought down just before the 5-yard line. Strandkick on the quarterback keeper. Pulled down at about the 6.5-yard line. I'll set up 3rd down here for White, or for Red, I should say. Huddle up, coach inside the middle of that huddle, giving the play. Strand kick will step up to the line. To his right is Brody Brown, number 6. And to his left is I couldn't see who it was. Number 6, that's Brody Brown. He was originally set up to the right, and now he would take the handoff and go to the left. The clock will continue to roll at 8:44 and counting now. And a flag is thrown and a foul start. .35 to go now, so our clock is starting to catch up. So there's apparently 2 number 3s on white. One of them's JQ, and the other one's Jay Strandick. So I'm not sure which one is playing which position. Six and a half minutes to go now. Okay, so I just got word that number 3, Jace Strandkick, is indeed the quarterback. The other one is JQ, starts with an H, but I can't read the writing. So we'll just call him JQ, because that sounds cool enough to me. 5 minutes to go here in the first half. So Strandkick lines up. This time he sneaks in a little bit closer to under center. At least that's how it appears it's going to go. Got a kind of a unique formation here, like they're on defense almost. And they are on defense, that would explain it. So they turned the ball over on downs. I wasn't paying attention there. It was 4th down. So now it's Silver's ball. And in the backfield, the flag is tossed. Making a tackle for White was Carson Van on Gavin Caldwell, who had the ball. And now a face mask is called, and that will move Silver up the field a handful of yards. So inside 4 minutes to go now here in the first half. First down and 10 from the 25-yard line here for Gray. Dropping back, avoiding tackles, and now he'll toss it, and the pass is caught and then dropped. The intended receiver there for Caldwell was Jackson Fawcett, if I'm saying that correctly. And it'll be first down again as the ball's moved up across the 40 to the 41-yard line. All right, first and 10. Caldwell takes a snap, and he's dropped back at the 45-yard line. And there will be some encroachment there on the defense. So the clock will not even start yet. Now move the ball forward here for Gray. Looks like a 5-yard penalty. They'll place the ball just shy of the 40. And he'll fire a pass, and it's caught at the 45. Goes in, then goes out, gets dropped at about the 46, maybe the 47-yard line. I'll set up 4th down and about 4. Several flags here have advanced the ball forward for Gray without any time coming off the clock, as they've reset the clock to 25 seconds on the field. And a handoff outside. He's dragged down for a loss. And that'll be a turnover. Or it will not be a turnover. I thought he fumbled it, but hard to see from way up here. So now the clock is stopped at 20 seconds, as apparently they're starting and stopping the clock after every play here in the final minute. And he'll cut to the outside of the numbers. Stiff arm is way out to the 35. With 12 seconds to go, and now they're going to keep the clock going, apparently. And that player is a little bit slow to get up on the sideline there. And that'll bring us to halftime. 12-6 your score in favor of the white team. All right, once again, we're at halftime here of the 10U MPFL football game from Husky Stadium on the campus of St. Cloud State University in St. Cloud, Minnesota. We're just inside 5 minutes remaining of halftime. Half number 2 coming up in about 4.5 minutes here on Magnitude. team leads 12-6 over the Gray. Here. Right, 45 minutes are on the clock here for the second half. Once again, running time with the exception of an injury, a timeout, or another decision as made by the official. And the clock is started, and looks like White will have the ball to start things off here in the second half. They're up 12-6. Two number 5s into the game now with Strandkick in the shotgun. Both number 5s are to the left and right of Strandkick. He'll look to pass. He'll lob one up, and somehow he drags it in. He's pulled down right around that 29-yard line. And on the reception there for White is Brody Brown. Strandkick will line up in the shotgun again. He's got both number 5s, one to his left, one to his right. See if we can sort out which one is which. I got two number 5s on my roster, and both of them are named Earl Carter Jr. So he's got Earl Carter Jr. to his left and Earl Carter Jr. to his right, in theory, according to the roster. My guess is that they accidentally wrote down the same name for both number 5s. So third down now, 3rd and 9 approximately. Third down and 9 from the 26-yard line is where the ball is spotted. Third down up ahead here. Strand kick in the shotgun. And he'll do a screen pass in the backfield, and that one was ripped away by his own player. And that will be a fumble, I think. Oh, wait, never mind. I just now noticed the gray team also has the blue and white star pattern on the right sleeve, so it was not ripped away by his own player. And now they'll elect to, white will elect to punt, so they'll walk it off. I believe it's 35 yards from the end of the play. Now Gray will get a chance to tie this game up. So they're down by 6 right now, 12-6. First and 10 from the 40 for Gray. Inside 38.5 minutes to go in the second half. That'll be a direct snap, and it's picked off. It was batted, and heading into the end zone for White is Kellen Fabo, and it's a touchdown. So now the point after attempt coming up. So far, neither team has converted on a point after attempt. He'll break a tackle, but he will not break the second tackle as he gets dropped at about the 7-yard line, and the point after attempt is no good. So it remains 18-6 as we approach 35 minutes to go here in the second half of play. And I believe Gray has recovered a fumble. Or no, White has recovered a fumble, excuse me. So it'll be a turnover. White will get the ball back here with 32 minutes and 27 seconds to go. And now they'll stop the clock, and it's a water break. So the clock stops at 32:20. We have our second half water break, and then the remainder of the second half coming up after that. Be about a 1-2 minute water break here, and we'll be right back. All right, so the water break is over. 18-6 in favor of White over Gray here in the 12U game of the MPFL preseason showcase. Glad that you're tuning in. From Husky Stadium on the campus of St. Cloud State University in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Always a fun city to come to.
Hi.
Stay away from that microphone. All right, so they've restarted the clock here. 32:10 and counting. And after a fumble recovery right before the water break, White has the ball leading 18-6, looking to increase that lead. That'll be a handoff, and he'll get pushed down on the carry there for White. I'm not sure. I don't have that jersey number on my roster. Gavin Caldwell is 58. Brody Brown will hand it off there to Earl Carter Jr., and he'll get outside the numbers into the 10, stiff arm his way up to the 5, and that's where he is brought down at the 5-yard line. It's good for a first down. So he only needed to get to the 15 for a first down. He got to the 15 and 10 more. So first and goal for White from the 5-yard line. So place the ball on the outside hash, or the far side hash. Just approaching 29 minutes to go now here in the second half. Game 1 of 3 of the day for the preseason showcase. In the shotgun is Brody Brown. To his left is Carson Van Horn, excuse me. Trying to read that writing is tough. And a handoff. They'll get it up into the end zone for a touchdown. Brody Brown scoring the touchdown to give White a 24-6 lead here. So now they'll go for the point after attempt. Carter Jr. will take the snap. He'll look to his right. He pumps, and now he throws, and his receiver went to the right, and the throw went to the left, and it's no good. The intended receiver on the play was number 9, who's not on my roster. All right, so now Gray has a little bit of a hill to climb here. So they'll get the ball, 1st and 10 from the 40-yard line. Quarterback working out of the shotgun. He'll hand it off. And will there be a flag on the play? Yes, there will be, and it'll be a face mask. Saw that clear as day through my binoculars. So I move the ball up 10 yards to the 50, so it'll be another automatic 1st down. So the ball placed right at the lower middle of the St. Cloud State logo at midfield. And Max Tyson in at quarterback now, and that pass will fall a little bit short. Pass was intended for Henry Norman, number 10. They'll bring up 2nd down. And they're going to stop the clock. For an injury. 20:08 to go. A little bit slow to get up there was, let me take another peek. I believe that is JQ, number 3, JQH, who's a little slow to get up there. All right, so to catch up, I just got a phone call saying to adjust the clock to 15 minutes. So we'll hit start here in about 11 seconds from now. As we have, looks like we have another time. No, we don't. No, we don't. Third down and 10 from midfield here for Gray. And they are trailing by the score 24-6. So once again, I got a phone call saying to reset the clock to 15 minutes and keep it running. So to the best of my knowledge, we'll have stoppages with a timeout or injury only. And some movement. And now some free yards here for Gray. So the ball will move up to the 45-yard line. Max Tyson, the quarterback for Gray. He'll set up in the shotgun. He'll take the snap and he'll fire, and it's intercepted. And he has a little room to run, and to the 30, to the 20, to the 10. 5 and touchdown. Earl Carter Jr. with the pick 6. And it's now 30-6. And he'll make it in. And that's the first successful conversion of the game. Makes the score 31-6 with inside 9 minutes to go. Inside 7 minutes to go here in this ball game. The next one scheduled to start at 3:30. It should be close to that. This one will appear to end at about 3:25. Short run to the outside, and ball will be spotted at the 28-yard line. Third down for Gray coming up here. Screen pass in the backfield, and he's dragged down a couple of yards later. On the reception there for Gray was Henry Norman. On the tackle was Carson Van Horn. And they are going to walk off the punt. And with 2 minutes and change to go, White will get one more chance to try and get another score here before this game comes to a conclusion. Coming up within about maybe 5 minutes after the conclusion of this game, we'll have the 12U game for you. It's part of the MPFL preseason showcase. So about a minute to go here for White to go approximately 60 yards. $58 yards to be exact. And now they'll stop the clock and now be handed off. Running to the outside is Adakis Maloney, and he is breaking loose. At the 20, the 10, the 5, and he's in the end zone. Adakis Maloney with the 58-yard touchdown run. And we'll see if they put any extra time on the clock or not. And that'll do it. That'll do it for game number 1. Your final score, 37-6 in favor of White. The 12U game will be starting here in about 5 minutes. heads up here. When let's see here. All right, welcome back. We're getting ready here to start the 12U game here of the MPFL Preseason Showcase on Magnitude Sports. Joined with a special guest here just prior to getting this game undergoing here. It's Brayden Kern. Brayden, how you doing today?
Good.
Awesome. Not playing in today's game due to injury, but I've definitely seen you play in some of the other games over the last couple of years, and you always do a fantastic job. What's it like watching these games versus playing in the game?
Differences is it's like I'm just watching them play. I'm not really doing it. It's sometimes it feels a little weird because you just want to go out there again.
Yeah, you want to go out there and be like, I could have made that play when they didn't, type of a deal, or
Yeah.
But I think one of the common things that we've always heard is make plays, not excuses, right? I think Are you the one who created that? The rumor had it that you were the one who brought that one up. Is that true?
Yeah.
True or false? It's true. Awesome. Looks like this one's getting ready to go. 45-minute halves, running time. Stop the clock for timeouts and injuries only, or any other time the official says so. And we'll be joined by sooner than later here by the guy who spearheads it all, JJ, will join us and talk to us here in a little bit here. But right now we're joined by Brayden Kern. And what did you think of that first game, Brayden? 37-6, the final score.
I thought it was a blowout.
Yeah, it seemed like a couple lucky pick sixes there, and
They were well played.
Absolutely, I agree with you 100%. Get our camera set as we're ready to go here in the first half of the 12U game here at Husky Stadium, St. Cloud State, in St. Cloud, Minnesota. And that first one is bobbled and dropped.
Down.
Have you ever done play-by-play before, Brayden? Have you ever thought about giving it a shot?
Play-by-play?
Yeah, you want to call the next play of this game?
Sure.
All right, let's see what you got. It's all you. 13:37 to go in the first half. Here's Brayden with the call of this play.
He snaps the ball. He gets sacked. Oh.
Yeah, it looks like he maybe got back to the line of scrimmage. We'll see where they place the ball.
He went backwards a yard.
And, yep, you're exactly right. They lost a yard. So, same color scheme here. The white will be the visiting team, and the gray will be the home team on the scoreboard here. As it looks like the clock, when I hit the start button, it didn't actually start. So, we should be at 42:58 here.
Snaps the ball. He's running it. Gets hard hit, man. Fourth down.
All right, now we got our clock fairly, I think we got it working now.
Looks like it's going to be a punt. It's punted. White had a good defensive possession.
All right, so after the punt, they'll mark the ball there at the 43-yard line for White, and they'll get their first possession of the 12U game. .41.5 minutes to go here in the first half, and it'll be a run.
Run the ball to the right, up the field, to the 40. He dodges it. He weaves it. He gets tackled down at the 43.
Good call on that play there, Brayden.
Malik gets tackled at the 43.
Malik Lauer. Not the right. There's a pen down there. Can you hand that to me really quick here? Okay, so this is the White
Can't really
team.
see the rosters.
Okay, there we go. With every play you call, Brayden, you get a little bit better than the previous time. Way to go. You're doing a great job so far. .40 minutes and change, and a hard hit into the backfield.
Gets sacked. Alpha. He's for my friend too. He got a big hit.
Alpha Miwe on the sack there as I get familiar with the rosters on this one. So looks like Miwe will set up, or actually, it is wrong roster here.
Ooh, he dodges, he's going to the right side of the field. Goes through a couple of tackles, he's at the 30.
And that's a quarterback keeper after all that, too.
Made a play out of nothing.
Knox Andrus, the quarterback here for White, as they'll huddle up and set up for their next play with approaching 38.5 minutes in the first half to go here. Third down and approximately 3 yards to go. They got to get to the 22 or check that, the 27 for a first down. Third and 3, here's Brayden with the call this one. See if they can get the first down or not.
Fullback dive, I believe. Stefan got maybe a yard.
I would agree with that. Maybe about a half yard, a yard. And bring up fourth down and a long 2, we'll call it.
Fourth down.
Brayden, tell me a little bit about yourself. What's your hometown? Where do you play in all of these cities? Fargo, St. Cloud, Alexandria, but where do you go to school at? What town?
Brainerd.
Brainerd, Minnesota. That's not too far from here. What is that? About an hour or so, or fumbled snap on the play?
Fumble.
Now White
offense recovers, but it's gonna be a turnover.
Exactly right there. They'll put Gray with the ball here with a 0-0 score at some decent field position at the 32-yard line. Check that 37-yard line. Always first football game of the year. I'm allowed to make some mistakes like that. I believe that's Holzer playing quarterback. I think it's number 9. And it is. He has 2 men to his left. He'll hand it off. Rush into the outside there. Tice Faber, and he gets brought down about the 36. Gain of maybe 1, if that. Absolutely was a good wrap-up. No doubt about it. Couldn't quite see who made the tackle on the play, but looks like Knox Andrus made the tackle on the play for White. And now Gray will work out a shotgun once again. And it's a direct snap with it followed by a handoff, and he gets nowhere.
Sacked by Malik. Friend out of Brainerd, too.
Jacob Prill on the handoff in the backfield. It was a direct snap to one of the guys next to the QB, and then he would hand it off to Prill. Prill would get dropped in the backfield for a loss. They'll set up 3rd down and long. We're looking at about 3rd and 14.
Loss of 4.5 of the.
Low snap. He'll look to throw. Throws it to the outside, but overshoots his receiver out of bounds. Yep. It was Alpha Miwe, the intended receiver on the far sideline there for Gray.
Throws it in the trash.
Exactly. I like that. I'm going to have to put that one into my vocabulary here, Brayden. You might teach me a thing or two. Coming up here at the 30-minute mark. We have 33 minutes and change remaining here. Coming up at the 30-minute mark of this first half, we'll put the headset on to JJ Kern in about 3 minutes and get and chat with him for a little bit. All right, so it'll be a little bit longer than 3 minutes, as he had to go take care of something, so he'll be back up in the booth a little bit later here. So we'll keep Brayden on for a little bit. He's doing a phenomenal job so far, and 32-25 and counting to go as White will take over after the punt. He'll call for the snap and a miss exchange on the handoff, and the fumble's going to be recovered by Gray. And recovering that fumble was, let me take a look at his jersey number again, and thought it was 12, but may have been someone else. But it'll be a turnover on White. That much is for sure. Still unable to identify the player who recovered the fumble for Gray.
What color helmet does he have? I could probably guess who it is.
I think it's the light blue one, number 13. It was either 12 or 14. The only one I see close out there is number 13. So Alpha Miwe, I believe, is.
Yeah. Was it a middle linebacker?
Yes, I believe it
Alpha
was. Cat. Still scoreless here as we approach 30 minutes to go here in the first half of game 2 of 3 of the day here on Magnitude Sports, part of the MPFL Midwest Premier Football League Spring Preseason Showcase. Got a little bit of a fan base there, huh, Brayden? Some teammates and friends coming up, saying hi. So Miwe will take the snap out of the shotgun. He'll keep it himself. Go outside of the numbers to the 20, to the 10, the 5, and he's into the end zone for a touchdown.
Goes the Goody.
And it's now 6-0 here in favor of White, excuse me. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Brayden. Is it 1 point for a run and 2 points for a pass, or is it the other way around?
It's 2 points no matter what.
It's 2 points no matter what. Okay, I thought there was a game at the U.S. Bank Stadium where somebody told me that it was 1 point for a run and 2 points for a pass, or vice versa. So it's 2 points for both now in this particular game, correct?
Oh, no wonder our team lost. I'm just kidding.
So if they make this, so we're going to go with that because I trust what he's telling me. And so everything's going to be worth 2 points regardless if it's a run or a pass. This one's going to be a run, and that's in the end zone, and that's 2 more points to make it an 8-0 ball game here with 28 minutes and 44 seconds to go. And Gray strikes first here in the 12U game. And I see we got our score flip-flop there.
I love announcing. Do I only have a limited amount of time?
No, you can stay up here and do the game for me if you want. I'll guide you. I'll push the buttons and do the PA announcing if you wanna try out a game for yourself. But yeah, no. Run to the outside.
Right.
Go ahead. I'll let you take it
2
over.
yards. I think they might call it 1.
Second down. Looks like second down and 9.
I think maybe somebody else is going to come up here. Because Moore Johnson is on injury reserve. I don't know if he's coming up here.
This is information that I'm glad you know, because I did not know that. Bobbled snap, and now it'll be taken down at about the 15 for a big loss. Loss of 10 on the play.
No, John Moore. My bad. Why did I say Moore Johnson?
Hand off and to the outside.
Tackle. I think he might have got back to the line. I think he went back a yard.
24:35 to go here, and about 30 seconds or so we'll bring on our second guest of the first half. So walk it off for a punt. Once again, an 8-0 lead here for the home team on the scoreboard, Gray. And now we are joined by the guy who spearheads this whole thing. JJ, how you doing today?
Fantastic.
Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it. Beautiful sunny day. The temperatures are just right. It's not too hot out there. And, of course, on turf, it's always a little bit warmer than it would be, say, on a grass field. But tell me a little bit about how you organize these showcases. We've done games at Alexandria here, U.S. Bank Stadium, the Fargo Dome, home of the UND Fighting Hawks up in Grand Forks, and a handful of other places. How long have you been doing this?
Well, the MPFL originally started where we got a lot of contacts with a lot of these venues and whatnot was through the semi-pro ranks.
Mm-hmm.
Started that in 2009. Basically, through 11 seasons of semi-pro is where I started doing a lot of stuff with football. But throughout the course of that time, we did a lot of free youth camps where former Minnesota Vikings do non-contact camps throughout Minnesota and North Dakota. And then in 2020, when some stuff started getting shut down, and I started, knowing a lot of young kids that wanted to play, we kind of just started really small. Mm-hmm. Basically, our first practice in Brainerd had 2 kids, and our first practice in Fargo had 2 kids.
Yeah.
And we started that in the fall, and by that next spring, you were broadcasting for us at the Fargo Dome. We had over 200 kids, so it really exploded really fast. And this is actually our 9th showcase, and this one's a smaller one, but that's just because we already had our summer showcase. This was kind of our last chance for some kids to try to get some football before their fall season started. So. Not the biggest numbers, but just fine-tuning so these kids can go back. And a lot of these kids I've seen a lot of growth, and then when they go back to their local programs, they really stand out.
Absolutely. That's a nice little run. He's still on his feet. Goes from the far side of the field to the near side of the field, back to the middle of the field, and he's able to pick up about 5 yards on the play. That's the longest 5 yards I've seen. But
that's a little guy juking around, but that was a tough run.
Yeah, no kidding. Well-deserved, a well-earned, hard-earned 5 yards there. And I'll set up third down and about 5.5.
It's not too often you break 6 tackles to get 5 yards. However many he broke there. That was fantastic.
Need him on the Vikings, man.
Oh, yeah. Actually, they're playing about now, aren't they? How are they doing?
Yeah, I think they're playing Las Vegas, aren't they, today?
3 o'clock, I think.
Is that? Oh,
Something
okay.
like that.
So we're missing that game. I could actually pull it up, and I can't put it on live, but I can put it on side by side on our monitor here and give you updates on that game. Maybe during halftime we'll set that up. But
that'd be awesome. But yeah, it is a little bit warm down there today. Not as warm as yesterday was really comfortable. Down there, it's a little warm, but for this time of the year, not too bad. I would say that.
77 degrees. When we started the 10U game, it was under a partly cloudy sky, and I think 75. Now we're at 77 under a sunny sky as the clouds have started to go away. But a nice view from up here. You got the river in the background. We got a little bit of a break in the play, but there you can see the river in the background of Husky Field here at St. Cloud State University. And
it definitely is a beautiful field, and it's really a shame they don't play college football here anymore.
Yeah, no kidding.
A venue like this, and I mean, I was happy to just be able to use this for football.
Yeah, right.
I think it's mostly just used for soccer for a lot of different organizations throughout the community. But yeah, they built this. I think they only had it for a couple of years or so when the football program went down.
Get back to midfield, gain about a yard on that play there. But yeah, it's really it's pretty a phenomenal thing that these young kids get to play at such a big venue. I mean, I preluded to it a little bit earlier, but in addition to St. Cloud State, the Fargo Dome, home of 9 or 10 time I've lost count champion NDSU Bison now, and they've been at U.S. Bank Stadium, home of the Minnesota Vikings on a couple of occasions. I know. I think last summer. Our broadcast partner Eric Tianson did a game at the Vikings training camp. Was that right?
That was against the Ducks. That was a hot day.
Yeah, I bet that it looked like a hot day when I watched the game.
That was 90s.
Yeah, so a little bit warmer than it is today at that particular game, but. No, I think one of the things that I remember of the last time that I was at U.S. Bank Stadium with an MPFL game, right before that football game started, there was a group of teenagers playing. I don't know if it's called frisbee football or not, but it looked fun.
Like that. I don't know. That was awesome.
I really enjoyed that. I would like to broadcast a frisbee football game sometime.
I don't think that's what it was called, but that'd probably be like how I'd explain it too.
Yeah, so basically you get the 100-yard field. Instead of a football, you're tossing a frisbee to your receiver. If they call it a receiver, at least that's how it appeared visually, with nobody explaining the rules. And I've never Googled the rules to see what the sport is called or how it's played or any of the dimensions of that game. But
what was interesting to me about it is there were like fans watching it, and they knew what was going on. Like, it was a real sport, and they were really competitive.
Yeah.
Like, and I'd never even heard of it either or seen it.
Yeah, I had heard about it. I think you sent me a text saying they're playing frisbee right now. I'm like, oh, cool. And then I got there, and it was a little bit more than just frisbee. Yep. So it can be hard to explain in a text message. So.
But yeah, our next showcase, that one will be another big one, our fall one.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be back at the Alaris
in Grand Forks.
And it will be the second weekend in November. I believe it's like the 13th, 14th, something of that nature.
Cool.
It'll be a Saturday, Sunday deal. It'll be a draft showcase like this. And just so you know a little bit, too, like our last two have been draft showcases. The difference with them is our coaches, especially here today, all of these coaches have coached at multiple events. And I'd say usually about half the kids are new and half of them, come when they can and continue to come back. And so what we do is we have our check-in, and then we do an hour-and-a-half combine where the kids are doing skills and drills. The coaches get to watch them, just like a combine. And then the coaches step back. All the players go in a line, skill position on one side, line on the other. So we have two separate parts. And the kids don't know where they're drafted. But they sit back and they get picked. They get drafted. And then what we did is we went to the Holiday Inn Suites on the stage there, and the kids got to come up and get their jersey.
Oh, nice.
Just like a draft.
Just like the NFL draft.
Yep. And actually a couple kids brought their sunglasses. And the one year we had a kid come out. He had a full suit, Marquise Miles from Minneapolis, one of Brayden, who was just announcing here, one of his best friends. And so they had some fun with that. And then Saturday then afternoon, we have our practice, and then our Sunday, then we have our showcase.
One thing I've noticed about doing these over the last couple of years is there's a lot of return players. Well, what is it that makes some of these kids keep coming back to all? I mean, I know that not all of them play in all of them, but a majority of them play in most of them. Let's put it that way. And what do you think it is? What's the appeal that keeps those kids coming back?
I think without question, one of the biggest things is the competition. And, like, especially with some of our young kids, when they were starting even at 8, like our 9 and 10 when we have all of our players that have regularly came, we're throwing that ball. And if you're a wide receiver or a position like that, to be able to be playing in a 9 and 10-year-old game where they're throwing the ball, that's exciting for them.
Absolutely.
And we're kind of doing stuff, and then a lot of these kids will say, I'm used to always being the biggest kid. Well, they come here, and in our 13 and 14 we have 300-pounders. We have a kid that's 6'4", 340 at 14.
That's crazy.
So they're the kids that really love it, they're getting to test themselves on another level. And what I really notice is a lot of these kids, they dominate at their hometowns. They'll come in here their first time, and they try to, like, figure it out. And then you really decide where you want to go with your football. And then if they come back the second and third time, they start seeing their growth, and I think they just enjoy that.
Nice.
And then they go back to their fall program and dominate. Then this is what they love.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I think you nailed it. A couple of players that have stuck out my mind since the very first one. King Taylor, what does he have, like 1,080 yards on the ground on like 5 runs or something like that?
Well, you remember when I said we had 2 kids started in Brainerd, and I don't know if you remember Big Ian Nelson. Really big lineman.
That name does ring a bell. Yep.
And as a lineman to stand out, I mean, this kid is a monster. Him and B over here, they were right there at the beginning in Brainerd, and in Fargo, the Taylors were right away. And it's like these kids that we've been training for those years, like you pick them out right away as kids that have been standing out, but they've been doing it. Like that Gavin Reyes, I was just talking to him, and he's like, yeah, I've been coming to your camps for 5 years now, and that's why I think I did so good. Mind you, that kid's 8.
He's 8, and he's still got a lot of football in front of him at 8 years old.
And a lot of experience, and this because a lot of kids in Minnesota and up in this region, they start really young at hockey, and that gives them a jump start to a lot of NHL players from up here. And we're trying to give more football players that same type of opportunity to get ahead of the game.
Now, is 8U the youngest, or do you go younger than that? Or
we go 8U, but we've had kids as young as 6.
Okay.
So you can be younger.
Nice, and it never hurts, to get that extra couple of years of experience too. So
we had one 5-year-old.
Really?
Yeah.
I was not at that game, I don't think.
Yeah, you were.
Oh, I was.
You know it was King Taylor's little brother.
Oh, well.
So he's been.
In addition to names and jersey numbers, you're gonna have to put like school and how old they are and all that good stuff. Pretty soon we'll get the whole stats put together here. We'll know how many career yards they have in the MPFL and all that stuff.
Yeah, we got Jojo Taylor. He's the next Taylor.
Still 8-0 here, as these two teams have been playing some pretty stellar defense here. An early score by Gray has been the only scoring so far.
I'll let B jump on here for a little bit more. Maybe he could talk a little bit about some of them friends that he's been playing with ever since they've been, 6 years old or younger.
Yeah, let's see what he has to say now that he's a little experience on the microphone. Welcome back, Brayden. How'd you enjoy that little bit of time off there from the microphone?
Oh, good.
You sound a little disappointed, and that actually doesn't surprise me at all because you said right before we brought JJ on that you actually enjoyed the few minutes that you did, and you're wondering if you actually had a time limit, and I said no. So now you get more time. You want to call this next series of play here?
Sure.
I'll just turn my mic down and let you do the work there, my friend. I turned the wrong mic down, but now your mic is on and mine is lower.
Says he throws the ball to 13 Alpha, up the sideline, 10, 5, and I believe that's a touchdown.
I believe you are correct.
Jumps up, celebration. No celebration? Okay. Thought he would at least do the gritty.
So 12U scores again, and it's now, trying to do the math here, 14-0. With 10 minutes and change to go. So 2-point conversion coming up. Make sure our clock's still running, and it is. Okay. So now they'll break the huddle for the point after attempt here. Run or pass, so it'll be worth 2 points if they can convert on it.
Yep. Says that throws the ball. Make the 2-point conversion. It's going to help them out. That puts it to a 2-score game.
They have converted on both point after attempts, and they increase their lead to 16-0 inside 9 minutes to go here in half number 1. Once again, 2 halves set at 45 minutes with a 10-minute halftime. And
they should try to kick a field goal.
is that allowed?
No.
I didn't think so. I should, and I think I can ask you, JJ, or I can ask you, Brayden. Maybe you know the answer, and if you don't know the answer, you can refer to JJ. But one thing I've noticed, like when we've done like 6-game events where you have we start at the 8U and you end at like the 9U, 10U, 11U, 13, and then you have the 15U or whatever, and the 15U, that's right under the high school level. Is there a certain level where you kind of teach more of the basics, obviously with the younger kids or whatever, and you do more running, less passing, or when do you focus more on passing as the age groups go up?
I think it's around 12, but
okay.
12 and 10 is where they start crossing to passing and different the trick routes, and once you turn around 11, 10, some coaches try to teach the Philly special,
Okay. And what is that play? That's one I'm not familiar with.
It's basically a jet sweep, but then like the QB has to sweep out, and the wide receiver has to throw it to the QB.
Oh, okay. All right. And they call that the Philly special.
Yeah.
Is that,
some people do.
Some people do. That's what you call it, though? Because that's what matters, is what you call it. Yes or no? You call it that.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. That was a great answer.
It kind of, and also it kind of depends on your personnel that you got from game to game. Mm-hmm. If you got the quarterback and you got the receivers, we try to pass the ball more. Mm-hmm. And so, I think typical to any team, or for most teams, if you got the personnel to do it, we're trying to do it. In practice, though, even with the younger ones, we're working on it. Mm-hmm. And then once it comes game time, if we think that we can be successful, because one thing that we do try to tell the coaches is we don't try to over-trick either. We want to do successful plays. We don't want to have a whole bunch of turnovers and a bunch of sloppy play.
Yep.
So I don't care if you run, 50 plays. I don't care I'd rather have you run 15 or 20 and then be solid.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's kind of what our philosophy is here with limited time together.
Now, the water break, or is it halftime right now?
Water break.
Okay, then that's what I thought. So we have about 6:42 to go here in the first half here during this water break. And to go further beyond that running passing thing, one thing I've noticed about the older kids games, like the 14U, 15U, is they can be just as competitive and fun to watch as a high school football game with juniors and seniors. I mean,
they hit so hard.
Yeah, exactly. And that's
like
absolutely
NFL
amazing to me.
Yeah, actually, with our 14U is as high as we go. Mm-hmm. But even like with our 14U, some of these, we had, I believe, 5 kids over 300 pounds at our last event. Mm-hmm. And so for them to be hitting as hard as high school, I would, when we have our elite best of our best 14-year-olds, mm-hmm. I think they can play with some small town high schools.
That's a game.
And that's not meant to be any type of. We got some elite people that come from all over, and I also tell a lot of them kids, because they're 8th graders going into 9th. These other kids that are coming from other smaller towns that are standouts there, this is going to get them on the fast track to maybe be able to start as a freshman or a sophomore, because they're not going to be intimidated when they see a senior from a smaller town, because they're going to already have seen 300-pound kids.
Yeah.
And some elite speed as well. So we're really getting them kids ready to be on the fast track to play high school football sooner than later, that's for sure.
So you said the oldest is 14U. So 14U, that team's made up of 13 and 14-year-olds, correct?
Yep.
Okay, just making sure that, because I understand all the U concepts from some of the other sports like baseball, softball, so just making sure that was the same for this
so those
thing.
Those are mostly 8th graders,
okay.
per se.
Yep.
So, we're talking 300-pound 8th graders.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, but you absolutely put together a roster. You explained how the draft works, and some of the other ones aren't necessarily the draft format, but regardless of who steps onto the field in those older games, it's certainly I really get excited about those older games there. I want the names and the numbers, and I want to be able to broadcast that game. Not that I don't want to be able to broadcast these games here, but those are fun games to watch. Those are fun games to stream. And that's just I love it. I love it so much what you're doing here. So you said you've been doing so the youth level kicked in right around 2020. You're saying, and then prior to that it was kind of some semi-pro stuff.
Yeah, I was doing semi-pro for 10, 11 years, and did non-contact stuff with the youth. But then once 2020, that's when we started doing tackle football events, and then started with then B right here, because what happened. This is kind of how it actually really started. Getting on the fast track is when he was 8, he wanted to play football, but here in Minnesota there's not a lot of options, and the only options there really are is some down in the metro. So we were driving from Brainerd all the way down to Minneapolis just to go to practice.
That was too much.
It was a couple hours. And then he went to Kansas City and was having some success, having fun, and then he got invited to go to Myrtle Beach. And
long way.
Yep, Myrtle Beach was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
The car ride was annoying.
I was in Myrtle Beach about a year ago. Did you get a picture with the shark off the ocean or not?
We were by a hotel. I don't think we were by a shark, though.
Well, it's like a hanging shark on a pier that goes out into the ocean. You can pay like $10 to get a photograph with it.
Wasn't the gators and stuff? We went to the gator park.
We went, yeah.
I'll have to send you that photo so you can see it. Next time you're in South Carolina, maybe you can go get a better photo than the one I had with the shark. So
That's kind of when we started seeing stuff down there and how they do it with the connections that I had in Minnesota with the semi-pro. I had some people say, you should put that together up in Minnesota because they don't have anything like that. There's nothing like this up here.
Absolutely.
And so that's why we're going to try to start helping younger kids get out on that football field to give them a chance for, if there's certain kids that football is their number one sport, their favorite sport, we want to get them on the fast track to try to play some college football even.
First play after the water break and
long tackle.
Gets thrown down by the jersey.
Looks like his jersey got teared off, and it looked like it was a long tackle. He was ripped around by the jersey.
Yeah, he certainly got spun around a few times. There's no doubt about that.
That certainly looks annoying.
Would it be annoying if I did that to you right now, or
the string just flying around like that? That would kind of get annoying. That's gonna be a hard tackle to get out of.
What's the hardest tackle you've ever taken, Brayden?
Probably by King.
King Taylor?
It was me when I was going down the sideline. It was over at... I was on Justin's team, and I was, like, going down the sideline once, and he just hit me he hit me right on the side, and it kind of just knocked the breath out of me a little bit.
Well, yeah, he can certainly play both sides of the ball. There's no doubt about it. Outside of him hitting you, are you good friends with King Taylor or no?
Yeah, really good friends.
Awesome. That's awesome. So does he ever apologize for hitting you so hard, or?
No, I want to hit harder than him.
Oh, really?
I'm on a...
You're gonna lay one on him someday?
Yeah.
5 minutes and change to go here in the first half. And then we'll have a 10-minute halftime. Game 2 of 3 of the day, the 14U game coming up approximately 5 to 7 minutes after the conclusion of this game here. So either one of you can answer this question. I know, and this is for the people kind of like me who maybe aren't as exposed to, in deep to MPFL as you are.
The right side of the left side of the field now. I don't know what is up with these people, but they're making huge yards going to the left side of the field and then dodging right to the right.
Yeah, he certainly burned a few calories on that play. There's no doubt about it. Let's see here. I forget what I was going to ask now after that crazy play. If it comes back to me, I'll bring it up again. Oh, what I was going to ask is, when you moved to the contact, because you used to do some non-contact stuff, how did like the families of the players respond to that? Were they on board? Was there any concern at first, or was it about 50-50, or what was that like?
Well, it really wasn't the same people. I just promoted it. People came. When I promoted football, they came. But I do understand what you're saying.
Oh, it's gonna... yep, it's returned. I say it already.
Yeah, there's another touchdown
And
for Gray. Go ahead.
With what's going on with a lot of extra precautions with football, because there are concussions and whatnot, but especially with the youth, it's really interesting, and there's a lot of data out this can be looked up, and this is certified. Like, there's actually more concussions in flag football.
Really?
At the youth level. Considerably more. There's more concussions in soccer, especially girls soccer.
Yep.
Because in youth sports, you got your equipment on. And with flag football, you're putting your head down and you're going in there and they're banging heads together. There's less actual head injuries in youth tackle football versus flag football.
Interesting.
And another thing that this is just how I look at it. A lot of people might say their kid's not ready yet. Well, this is my thought anyhow. Would you rather have a 7 and 8 year old with full gear on, hitting each other as hard as they can and learning at 7 and 8 with full gear? Or would you rather wait till they're 13 and then doing that?
Yeah.
With no technique. To me, they're a lot bigger, a lot stronger, and a lot faster hitting with no technique. I would rather learn that when you're young.
I would have to agree with that.
That's just the thought that I have.
Yeah, no, it seems like a sensible thought, that's for sure. So.
And then also, if your 13-year-olds never played football before and they're going against some of our kids, like you've seen a King Taylor and B, at some of these kids that have been starting when they're 6, 7, and 8 years old, that's going to be a rough start.
No kidding.
Because they're so far behind.
Big
Caden with the ball.
Oh, whoa.
And that's the first time that they have not converted on the point after attempt today. It remains 22-0.
I think they were trying to do a little something, though.
One of those trick plays, similar to the Philly special, but maybe the St. Cloud special, or.
I think they're trying to give it to their biggest lineman right up the middle.
Yeah, Caden Hooper looking like that was old William Perry. The refrigerator used to do that. But a little on that Philly special, that's what the Philadelphia Eagles did in the Super Bowl at U.S. Bank when they scored with that little reverse and they threw it to their quarterback.
Was that in like 2019 or something like that?
That was when it was at U.S. Bank when it was Philadelphia versus the Patriots.
Oh, yeah.
And the Patriots tried to do it and Tom Brady missed it.
That happened the next year.
And that brings us to halftime here. With your score, Gray 22 and White still looking to get on the scoreboard here. As we have 1.5 games done and 1.5 games to go. Your second half coming up in about 10 minutes. We'll take a short timeout. We'll be back in about 10 minutes here with more chit-chat with JJ and Brayden right after this here on Magnitude. Adjust the level as needed. All right, welcome back. We're getting ready for the second half of play. The clock has been set. 45 minutes. We'll double check and make sure that. Oops, I went a little bit high on that. Let me do the math on that really quick. All right, we're underway here in the second half.
The tackle, a man's down.
And looks like we'll stop our clock the moment we get it started.
Right down. Injury timeout, I believe.
All right, they'll restart the clock here as we move to half number 2. And it's 22-0 in favor of Gray.
Well, the guest has to get a touchdown, otherwise it's going to be a blowout.
I want to say hi to.
Go right up
go
the
ahead.
middle. He goes past the other one, Steph Arm. He goes out of bounds around the 39, 38.
Say 38's close there. Want to say hi to Reynardo Gonzalez. Says he can't wait for the 14U game. Thanks for tuning in, Reynardo. I certainly appreciate it. Zach said, I played in the 10U game. So we got
Zach Brown.
Yeah, Zach. Well, on Zach Brown, Zach Fire. Does that name ring a bell?
Zach Brown's a lineman.
That might be his YouTube name then. Flag comes in late.
Says how it passes it downfield. Gets the pass, I believe. It's complete.
Jacoby
Yes, it is complete.
Forsey on the reception on the far sideline there.
Is it inbounds? I don't think it's inbounds. Nope.
Okay, then no reception. The intended receiver was the same guy that we thought caught it, so.
Pretty sure that was inbounds, though.
High snap. Looks like he's looking to throw, but he'll keep it and get wrapped up behind the 30, and there'll be a loss of about 9 yards.
Or it says 6, 7, 7.
So they'll need about 9 yards to get a check down. They need about 19 yards to get a first down.
3rd down and 19. I'd say they have to get a pass off in order to get close to the first down.
Yeah, completed pass would certainly be beneficial here for White. We'll see if they can get one of those pulled off or not. As the fire truck comes over the bridge in the distance there, and shotgun pass, and it was nearly picked off, but he was able to hang on to
It's
it.
tackled by Alpha. That was a wrap.
He'll lock him down about 11 yards shy of the first down.
4th and 11.
Yep.
Comes up to the right side, cuts into the inside. Definitely shouldn't say a run play was a good call, but stuff could happen.
It's very true. It'll end up being a turnover on downs, and Gray will get the ball back inside White's half of the field. (37-6) your final score in the 10U game in favor of White. Right now, it's been all Gray here in the 12U game. Up 22-0. And they'll have one more game after this one. That'll be the 14U game, and those games have always been fun.
That one I'll be excited to announce for. Runs to the right. Going upfield. Goes up the middle. He gets tackled hard.
Falls down inside the 25 at about the 24. A hard hit, but it's good enough for a first down. Set the ball right at the 24-yard line. You expecting a run or a pass play here, Brayden?
I would probably establish the run right now because it's first, but running on fourth isn't probably the best idea.
Worked out that time, but yeah, you're absolutely right.
Definitely run it because it isn't hurting them.
Yeah, not much to risk here. Can take a chance or two when you're up 22-0, and even if you do make a mistake, hopefully they don't come back and haunt you later in the game, but could say that they have a comfortable lead right now.
I always have to have a mindset of 0-0 though.
Exactly. That
Shakes
pass.
off the tackle, shakes another one off, got pushed out of bounds at around the 7.
Nice call on that play there. Looks like he'll spot it at, looks like they're going to spot it about the 9-yard line.
Oh. Thought he got pushed out at the 7.
So it'll be first and goal here for Gray, up 22-0. Just inside 35 minutes to play here in the second half.
Snaps the ball and gets sacked. Goes back to the 12.5-yard line.
So second and goal and a long 12 here for Gray is Jacob Prill will come in from the sideline to help out on this particular play.
Says hot, throws it.
I think it may have been incomplete. Flag comes in on the play.
I don't know what the flag was. Think it might have been holding.
I haven't seen a call from the official yet, and maybe he made it and I missed it, but holding would likely be a good guess on that particular play based upon how it developed. And now after making tremendous progress going forward, they take a pretty big step back.
Even if they didn't get this touchdown, if they at least get it to like the 15, they're in horrible field position.
That's very true, yeah. And go for it on 4th down. If you don't make it, it's pretty much the equivalent of a punt. So,
if it was 4th, I wouldn't try to run it. I would try to pass it deep into the end zone.
I think I would hire you as my coach there. Yeah. Right now, 2nd down. 2nd down and goal from the 23-yard line. So they need to go 23 yards in 2 plays or less to score a touchdown.
Low snap. That definitely didn't
help matters at all. Nope.
No. They went back. If they go back another 10 yards, I guess it would be a good idea to punt. Then they would be in. They could try to get a safety. Is it always a 45-yard punt right now?
I don't think so. I don't know how they would walk that one off if they decided to punt.
Because if they did, it would be smart, because then they could try to get a safety, because sacks are really common right now.
It remains 3rd down. 3rd down and a long ways for a touchdown. 3rd and 26 to be exact. Nearly a botched snap, then he's brought down at the 30. It's a loss of 4 yards on the play.
Don't know how I'm saying this, but they should try to punt it and get the safety.
I don't know if I've seen a safety in an MPFL yet. That would be a first.
Once in the Alaris, it was
oh, yeah, that's right. I do remember that now.
It was actually a fumbled touchdown.
Okay, yeah, so that's not really a safety then. Yep.
True.
But I do remember that play. 4th down and 30. You said a little bit ago, Brayden, you thinking pass on this play, or?
I don't know if he can throw that far.
Well, you don't necessarily have to throw it 30 yards. You could throw it like maybe 5 yards and maybe get a couple blockers and get into the end zone that way. But
might have to throw it a little farther, though.
Might. We've seen some pretty incredible plays from some of these runners in the first half.
He could technically just run it in.
Correct, he could.
But it could be way much more easier if he tried to pass it probably to like the 15. But
they're going to try and run it.
Alpha gets the ball to the right.
Out of bounds at about the 17 or 18-yard line. That'll be a turnover on downs, and White will take over.
Who's away?
The White team is away.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I guess they're in not good field position. This is awesome for the gray team. Not so good for the white team.
Absolutely agree.
I would say establish the run play. Or establish the run right away.
Bang it up the middle, or are you taking it to the outside in this scenario?
Take it to the sideline, I think.
Okay.
I would only say go up the middle once you start getting up into the 10.
Well, they'll have to get to...
Just grab a huge lineman and go up the middle.
Have to get to the 29-yard line for a first down for White.
That'll warm the hearts of old coaches. Seeing just a huge running back go right up the middle. Throws it to the outside. Ooh, that was a Moss. He gets the catch. I believe I would call that a grab the jersey, but okay.
First down, nonetheless, on a huge play. They had to get to the 29. They got to the 39 on the other side of the field. So they were to get, let's see here, 20, 30, 32 yards, I believe. Make that 33, as they're going to give them a generous spot up at the 37-yard line.
I say he got mossed right there.
Did get the jersey tugged on a little bit on the outside, but it's one of those situations where what some people might refer to as a smart penalty had they thrown a flag on that, because
I think that was a penalty.
That penalty potentially saved a touchdown. So
I think that was smart at first, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are definitely smart penalties to take if you know the right time to take them.
If you can't catch up to somebody and you don't think it's safe to dive, I think I would grab the shirt, so then he slows down. You can get the gang tackle. Now they're in good field position.
And it took one play to get them there. It took one play to get them from not so great field position to pretty good field position. Pickup of 37 on the play. Check that. Pickup of 32 on the play.
He got wrapped and threw down. I think he got mad and spiked the ball.
Is that normally a penalty if they spike the ball after getting frustrated, or?
It's normally. I accidentally did that once and I got a penalty. I didn't even do it because I was mad. I did it for a celebration.
Yeah. Well, the referees got together and discussed it. And it looks like they will just allow things to occur as they did naturally, and no penalty on the play.
That was in Brainerd ball accident. I spiked it.
Mm-hmm.
It was...
Second down and 11. Nice catch.
Nice catch. 14 is having a good performance. Wait, what's his name?
Looks like that is Jacoby Forsyth. I'm not sure how to pronounce the last name. Jacoby F. Let's put it that way.
Jacoby is having a good performance right now. He got the moss, and now he just got the, I believe, 10-yard catch.
White trying to break the goose egg on the scoreboard.
That's how he gets grabbed. I think he got tugged again.
And the extra effort will push him over the 25 to about the 23.
A long jersey tug right there.
Yeah, I saw the same thing.
Ref's got to call those a little bit more. That definitely affects the run.
22 minutes and a couple more ticks to go here in the second half of our second game of the day here in the MPFL preseason showcase. 37-6 in favor of White in our first game of the day, which was the 10U game. Right now, 22-0 in favor of Gray, White threatening, and then we'll have the 14U game coming up after about maybe 5 or so minutes after the conclusion of this game here. Once again, my name is Mike, joined by Brayden, who normally plays in these games, but due to injury, he's up here in the broadcast booth with us today.
It's a jet sweep reverse.
Might turn into some positive yardage here for White. Here comes a flag.
Keep forgetting his name. What's his name again?
Number, was it 10? Number 4?
14.
14, Jacoby F.
Jacoby,
That's one thing you'll get better at, is remembering the names. Trust me. 6 years ago, when I did my first game, I had no idea how to memorize the names. You'll figure it out. Is this game number 1 for you? Have you done something like this before? Or?
No.
This is game number 1 for you?
Yeah.
Game number 1 for Brayden. Game number 1,488 for Mike.
This is the first ever showcase I've ever missed. First ever game I've ever missed.
All streaks come to an end, man. You'll get through it though.
Yeah.
Certainly looking forward to the next game that you play. You play mostly quarterback, right? Do you play any other positions or?
I play middle linebacker, D tackle, and right end.
Okay. And of those middle linebacker, tight end, and defensive end, which one of those 3? I know tight end's on the offensive side, the other 2 are on the defensive side. Which one of those 3, not counting quarterback, which of the remaining 3 do you enjoy playing the most right now?
I think it's a tie between D tackle and middle linebacker.
Cool. It's nice to see a defensive-minded young man pick a defensive spot over an offensive spot. And most of the time when I ask that question, the answer comes from a scoring point of mind instead of a defensive point of mind. So that is a phenomenal answer there, Brayden.
I like defense too a lot.
18:30 and counting to go here in the second half. And White threatening, trailing 22-0 here. And I believe there I'm not sure.
I think it might have been a little offsides on White.
Yeah, there might have been. Yeah, I think you might be right. I didn't see anybody from Gray jump.
I think I might have saw.
And it appears that it is on Gray.
It's on Gray. I think it might have been a middle linebacker.
Yep.
Was it Alpha?
I didn't see who it was. I didn't see anybody move, any Gray jersey move on that one, but somebody must have flinched at the line of scrimmage. I was looking at the wrong side of the line of scrimmage to see what happened on the other side. High snap, hands it off.
Malik to the right. Gets tackled.
Gets dropped at the 26-yard line.
Went back 2 yards. 4th down.
4th and 11. Still spotted at the 26.
It's been a gain or a loss. It's whether he gains 10 yards or loses 2 yards or a yard. That's how QB scramble, though. It's whether they lose it or they get the whole Kit Kat bar.
That's another one I'll have to add to my vocabulary. You've taught me 2 things so far today.
Rolls out, sacked again. I think Gray's playing awesome defense. The sacks are left and right by both defenses, actually. I think there's at least been like 15 sacks already this game.
Yeah, that's one stat I'm not keeping track of, but I wouldn't be a bit surprised if it's close to that number.
The 14U game, I'm pretty sure sacks are going to be rare.
Rare?
Yeah.
Think you'll see more completed passes or more interceptions?
I don't know. I think this is going to be quite tight. It's going to be like probably the same.
Well, I'm going to take this call from down on the field, and it's all you, Brayden, for a minute or two.
If there is any sacks in 14U, it's hard. Hard hits. Okay, after getting out the huddle, getting out there, getting the defense ready. It would be nice to know, like, what formations, like, they're teaching these, like, they're teaching them, or, like, what they call the formations.
Mm-hmm.
The tight end plows through. I don't know his first name, but I know his last name is Jarvila.
Caden.
Caden Jarvila?
Yep. So that phone call, they wanted us to reset the clock to 7 minutes. So we're at 6:15 and counting now.
I didn't even hear them call the timeout.
Instead of the 14:01 that you see on your screen right now, the phone call asked us to advance the clock to 7 minutes.
They should have this down there.
Yeah, right? Little air horn. They can be fun, and they can also be annoying, right? Depending on how you use them.
Just only for the timeout. If just some little kid had it probably right here, that would be annoying. Alpha gets it. I knew everybody knew he was going to get the ball, but he gets 15 yards even though he sheds off a tackle, gets a stiff arm, gets pushed out of bounds. That's a good gain.
Good enough for a first down. They'll spot the ball at the 41-yard line. So once again, 4 minutes, 42 seconds and counting to go here in the second half.
Takes a snap, rolls out right. I believe he caught it in bounds. Got 7 yards.
So 3:11 to go here in the second half. We'll sync our clock up here in about 3 seconds. And now we are on again with the time after the manual adjustment per our guy down on the field who makes those types of decisions.
Says Huck gets sacked right away. This must be frustrating for both teams. Fumble. I believe defense picks it up. Oh, the offense did, I think.
Little trickery play there. They get the pass completed
Kobe
over
gets the
midfield.
ball. Gets 6 yards. Says Hut gets it. The intercepted.
Gray will get the turnover, bring it back to the 40-yard line, and they'll stop the clock with 11 seconds to go here. As Gray will get at least one more play here before this game comes to conclusion. And it looks like they're probably just going to call this game. So we'll let the clock go to 0, and that'll be your final score in this one. Gray will take it by the final of 22-0.
A blowout.
Two teams will line up. We'll get the scoreboard reset. We'll have the 14U game coming up next for you here. Brayden will stay with us on the broadcast coming up in about 5 to 7 minutes. We'll take a break and talk to you in about 5 to 7 minutes. not quite on the air yet, bud. All right, welcome back. We're getting ready for the 14th game. 45 minutes are on the clock, and our new roster is now in hand, and this should be a fun one. Brayden will be joining us on this broadcast. JJ might have a comment or two during this broadcast as well, and then after this one, we'll wrap it up and go get some food and head on home after that. So.
Sir, if they're not on your roster, they're kids that played up from the previous roster.
Gotcha. All right. So the first play results in a batted pass. Brings up, or a completed pass, I meant to say. It brings up second down and 7.
I believe there should be a lot less sacks this game.
Well, get taken down the backfield there. Loses about 5 yards on that play. Oh, well, didn't realize that our camera is still in between game modes. Let's get that fixed. All right, that works for me. And that one has 2 men to beat. Now he has 1 man to beat, and he has, will a shoestring tackle occur? It will not. Cruising into the end zone here for the score is Tayton Westfall. And White strikes first here in the 14U game. We bring JJ onto the microphone now here for the 14U game. And JJ, how was your little break between last game and this game?
That was awesome. Got to get down there and talk to some of the kids. I was in transition here. I missed the first part of that play, but about after it was 10, 12 yards upfield, I watched the rest. That was a fantastic ending of the play, that's for sure.
Yeah, no kidding at all. I think I didn't see where that play started. I think it was right around the 20-yard line, so picking up about 60 yards on that play approximately.
I believe it must have been a quarterback scramble.
Yeah, it was.
Yep. He's a great athlete. He had a great game at U.S. Bank. He really made a name for himself from the Cambridge area. Cambridge Isanti. There's probably about 15 to 20 kids here from the Cambridge Isanti area. Coach Justin helping with the youth program, and they're doing a great job building their program.
So White will line up at the 3-yard line here. 2 men to each side of Westfall, and he'll flip it off there to Eli Boseldon. And he's in the end zone. So it is now 6-0 in favor, or 8-0, excuse me, in favor of White.
I had a feeling that play was going to get called. I know Coach Caldwell really, really well, and he loves Eli Boseldon. He plays a lot of line, but he's a big power. He's like, I'm going to get him in the backfield. He loves that kid. He's athletic for a big guy. He's like, I'm going to use him for some fullback.
Coming in for a while, let's take a peek through the binoculars. That's number 1. That would be probably Knox. Is it Andrews? I can't read the last name on that one. But I don't have a number 1 on this particular roster.
Yep, that's Knox.
Okay, yep.
Playing up. 12U player, a very good player. He's another Blue Jacket from Cambridge, Isanti area. The ones with the blue pants out there, the blue helmets.
Is that
Cambridge?
Does that have anything to do with all the signs I see in the community that say "We back the blue"? I don't know. I've seen a couple of the signs driving around. I wasn't sure where Cambridge was at in location to St. Cloud. But
It's about an hour away.
Okay. So maybe we do have a random Cambridge fan living in St. Cloud. You never know.
Yeah. That Eli Boseldu is from the New London Spicer area. Going against one of his good buddies, the quarterback over there, this is going to be fun for him.
And it'll be a handoff right in the backfield. He'll cut through a couple would-be tacklers, push it up to about the 26 if they give him forward progress. We'll see where they spot it.
Joby Tweet.
And looks like they're not going to give him the forward progress. They're going to mark it back at the 25, so it'll be a loss of about 1 on the play. Jacoby Tweet. That name sounds familiar. I've seen it outside of the MPFL. Do you know what community he's from by chance?
He used to be from the Cambridge-Isani area as well,
Okay.
I do believe. But I do know that he moved to a small town by Brainerd, Jenkins, I believe it is, and goes to the Pequot Lake School.
There'll be a keeper going to the outside.
athlete,
I'm not sure how to pronounce that name. And he gets pushed out of bounds. Breyer, last name, I don't want to give him the Shoot? Okay, we'll go with Shoot because that's better than what I was thinking. So
We'll go with that.
Brian Shoot.
He's a fantastic athlete that showed out at some of our events already in the past. And him and Eli Boseldu have been on the same team, all of them, but now they're going against each other.
So the ball will be moved into the White side of the field. Looks like they'll spot it at the 39-yard line of White, and Gray will huddle up with 39 minutes to go here in the first half of play. Mike Mason alongside JJ here on this 14U game, the final game of the MPFL preseason showcase, and it should be a fun one here. So far, so good. And we hand it off there to, that is Joby Tweet. And Tweet will move it up to about the 27. That'll be good for a first down. Go ahead.
I call him our little version of Christian McCaffrey there, that little guy. He's quick, he's strong, he's fast, great kid, great family. Joby is a good kid. Also, another little shout out. There's 1, 2, I believe it's number 50 and 75 out there on the D line, as well as the center and I believe left guard are all from Milwaukee. So they make a big drive. A lot of our few of our linemen are over 300 pounds. The big crew that comes from Milwaukee, and Grandpa out there, you can see him coaching. He's out there in the purple.
Keen Johnson playing quarterback here for Gray in the 14U game. He'll take the snap, 3-step drop. He'll fire it deep, and it's caught at about the 12-yard line. And making the grab there for Gray is going to be John Tweet, I believe. No, number 3. Jacob Prill, possibly? Does that sound right to you, JJ?
Might be if he played in the last game.
Yeah, he did. Yep.
He probably played up. He's a very good player. 12-year-old, playing up, big tight end. Monticello. He had a big weekend last weekend playing for the West Lakers in an event out in Wisconsin, a D1 ran operation. I know he scored a touchdown and their team won the championship.
And they are on the move here in this game, trailing 8-0, but they are looking to respond and respond swiftly and quickly. I want to say thanks to Janice for helping us out on the camera throughout the duration of today's 3 games. And
as I've checked in a few times, absolutely, I'll contest. It looks, or I'll agree with that. It looks amazing.
Well, thank you for the compliments. I appreciate that. We try to do our best.
As long as I get my words out right.
Pass to the end zone. He dived for it, but he could not make the catch, and he'll put his left fist into the ground. Intended receiver there for the Gray Stripes was Matt Gerke.
Well-designed play there. Breyer can make that throw. He gets that chance again. I have a feeling he's going to connect. He's a fantastic quarterback, and I'm sure right now he's wishing he could get that play back again.
You might have another chance here, and I mean he certainly was open for that pass, and just wasn't quite put where it needed to be for him to make the catch.
I did have to point out there that Grandpa, he's looking good out there in the purple. I have to razz him a little bit because they come from Milwaukee. So yeah, he's definitely a cheesehead. So I tell him he looks good in purple.
He'll hand it off immediately there to Joby Tweet. And Tweet's number 5 is close to the 5-yard line.
Tackled by Reyes. That's actually now one of they have been teammates in the past, and he's from the Pine River area. Fantastic young man right there. Reyes is just a couple years ago, he was a left tackle.
Interesting.
And he completely changed, and he was coming to practice, and he said, Coach, what do I got to do to get the ball?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, well, you gotta train a little bit different than you do for O-line. And he really changed his diet. He started don't drink pop anymore, and he started just really working out hard. Dropped about 60 pounds, and within a couple of events, he transitioned from a tackle to a tight end, and now he's playing corner and wide receiver.
Shoot will roll to his right. He's looking into the end zone. He's got a man wide open in the corner for the touchdown.
That young man signed up late. He is on the football field with a 340-pounder, weighing in at 87 pounds. The smallest kid on the field by far in the end zone. That's amazing.
So now they are 2 points shy of knotting this game up and making it basically a new game at 0-0 with the exception of a little line between the middle of those 2 zeros. Reminds me I should put 6 on the scoreboard for him. Eight to 6 our score, or 34 minutes, 33 and a half minutes actually. They'll wind up go for the 2-point conversion now.
I must say, when I first heard that 13-year-old was signing up at 87 pounds, I don't really do this, but I was thinking about, I didn't know if maybe the younger division might work out better, but he came in and he's been showing out and doing fantastic.
And scampering into the end zone for the 2-point conversion there for the Gray Stripes is Matt Gerke. And that's 2 more, and we're knotted up at 8, and it's a brand new ball game now here with about 32 minutes, just inside 33 minutes to go. 8-8 our score. It's been a fun one at 37-6 in favor of White in the 10U game. And 22-0 in favor of Gray in the 12U game, and now we're knotted up at 8 here in the 14U game. $32-17 to go.
Little water break, it looks like.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay, and my phone died, so I can't give you the current temperature, but I guess it's in the low 80s, upper 70s, I would say. 79, 80, 81, right in that range. Does that sound about right, or? We'll let our clock on your screen tick down to 31:55, as that's where we're at. There's an early water break here in the inside the first 15 minutes of this game here. And, man, it doesn't feel like this game's been being played for 15 minutes yet. Feels like it's been pop, a score, and just a couple minutes in, we're knotted up at 8, but it's actually been, let's see here, 13 minutes and 5 seconds officially taken off the clock so far. Once again, 31:55 is what remains. We're in a water break right now here at Husky Stadium on the campus of St. Cloud State University. This field here plays host to their soccer teams. The hockey rink just down the road here to our right as we see it from the broadcast booth.
I checked that temperature. It says 77, but oof. In the sun on that field,
turf field always, if it's 77, it's 87 on the turf.
I would say that it definitely feels like it's all 87 down there.
Turf fields are always hotter than grass fields. That's been a proven fact.
I don't know if you've been updating the Vikings, but I just looked like the Minnesota Vikings are down 20-26.
That's I'm fine with that. It's preseason, so
yeah,
20-26. That's still a pretty good score, though.
3 minutes to go, and I believe no Kirk Cousins today.
Yeah, he's out with a sickness. I'll say that.
Yeah, he's got something going on. And 20-26. So there you go.
And you said the Raiders were leading?
The Raiders are ahead 26-20, 3:44 to go. And I don't know if it's not showing who's got the ball, but close ball game. This one's shaping up to be a good one, though, too. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's it's been everything that we've advertised during the 10U and 12U games so far today.
Yeah, you were mentioning right away. You're excited. You love these older kid games.
I do, yes.
I think ever since that first one we did at the Fargo Dome where that young man threw the ball about 50 yards and the kid caught it and dunked it through the goalpost, opened some eyes to what can actually be done on a 13-14.
I remember that play, and I might have to go watch it now when I get home tonight. There's a fumble, and it's going to be recovered by White right around the 9 or 10-yard line, and that's going to give them some fabulous field position.
And although this might not be the best timing after that play, but I think overall you watch these games realizing these kids come in and they do a combine or the teams are picked, they have a practice or a practice and a little bit of scrimmage, and they play the next day. I think these games are very well played overall, especially when you consider the age of these kids. A lot of people will come away pretty impressed.
Absolutely agree.
I can't help but sometimes think, imagine if all these kids played on the same community and they could practice 5 times a week and play a season. All the stuff that you could do with some of these teams would be amazing.
Well, I think you mentioned in the last game that some of these put together teams here, even though they're in the 7th, 8th grade level, could compete against a high school team. I mean, like you said, it's pretty well established here. It's a nice run outside of the numbers, and he's pulled out of bounds close to the 20. And on the carry there is I can't quite tell due to the way his jersey's tucked in, but
number 12, I believe.
12 or 22. Carlito. Let's see here.
No, that's Carlito.
I'll take your word on it because
I don't think he's on the roster. He got in here late today when we were putting. So yeah, that's Carlito.
Okay, and he's number what?
I believe that's 12.
Yeah, do we still have that pen nearby or? Okay. And he's for White, right?
Plays for the.
Or gray. Wait, White. What team is he on?
White.
Okay, and he's number 12, and it's Carlito.
He's got the yellow Inner City Ducks helmet.
Okay.
Inner City Ducks, that's the team that the North Stars Elite played that you'd referenced earlier.
Yep.
Down at Winter Park. The old Vikings training camp facility, and now that one we were talking about, that was a good 90-95.
Yeah, and I believe those two are on the schedule again here come October sometime, if I remember correctly.
One in September, one in October.
One in each, yep.
Uh-oh, they're going with the big back again. Oof.
Eli, how do you say his last name?
Bozeldune.
Bozeldune.
I think I'm right. I think I say it with confidence.
It sounded good to me, so.
That's what I call him, so.
Bozeldune with a nice carry there. But it is 4th down. 4th and about 13. They have to get to the 35-yard line to get a first down and another opportunity to continue this drive. So after recovering the fumble, they haven't been able to do much. There's a low snap. He'll get a nice block. Now the pressure's on. He's going to bomb it downfield, but overthrows his receiver by about 7 yards. The intended receiver on the play there for the White Stars was Keen Johnson. So that'll result in a turnover on downs. And now, after the lost fumble by Gray, no harm done. They still get pretty decent field position as they're able to turn over White on four defensive plays.
That big smiley going out there, number 94.
DeAndre Smiley for the Gray Stripes.
He's a local kid here from the St. Cloud area. I believe he goes to Tech. St. Cloud area. He goes to a lot of camps. He puts in a lot of hard work. He's went to some of with the former Vikings training camps and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm. Still in the first half, tied up at 8. Have you ever had a game go to overtime in this? Tied up. I don't think we've had a game tied at the end, but.
At the U.S. Bank we did, and we also did at the summer showcase in Brainerd. We got Breyer.
Breyer might take it himself to the pylon, and he gets the inside of it, and he scores. And one play after the 4 and out for White, and the Gray Stars get things back in action here with a touchdown, and they'll line up for the 2-point conversion.
Yep, he's an athlete. If they're covered and he's got room, he can take it.
Well, it's if there's one thing that I can say I'm thankful for is get a chance to get the rust off me now before our first football broadcast from the high school ranks. So coming up here this Friday night on Magnitude Sports, the Kindred Vikings will be taking on the Lisbon Broncos at Gerlo Field in Kindred. And the kickoff on that one, 7 o'clock. Josh Elmaris and Nick Eggman will have the call on that broadcast. And who knows? Maybe I'll go and join them. Maybe I'll stay at home and watch it from the comfort of my couch. I don't actually have to work that day, but that is our first high school football broadcast of the season coming up in about just shy of a week from now, in about 5 days. On Friday, August 19th. Then we have about another week and a half off, and we have our first volleyball broadcast on August 30th. And taking it into the end zone there for the Gray Stripes is Breyer Shoot for the 2 points. And now Gray Stripes are up 16 to 8. Here with 25-17 and counting to go in the first half. You can go to our website, magnitudesn.com, click on the schedule button, find out all the upcoming broadcasts. We have them through the fall sports season, which is October 20th. That's when the playoff portion of the fall sports season would be beginning. And depending on which teams make the playoffs, we may or may not have some coverage for you. Have a couple more MPFL, some more MPFL action coming up on the schedule. As we mentioned, one in September, one in October between North Stars Elite and the Inner City Ducks. And then this winter, we did it last year at the Alaris Center in Grand Forks, and we're going to be doing it again. Coming up November 20th, does that sound right? Or no, I can't remember. November
13th.
November 13th. We'll have a big day of MPFL action for you from the Alaris Center in Grand Forks. So
I think our one in September is like September 12th, I think, something like that. If that's a Sunday,
I believe they're both on Sundays.
One is Sunday, one Saturday. The first one's
on
okay. Sunday.
Okay.
And that's versus the Inner City Ducks. And the second one is actually against the 612 Kings.
Oh, got it.
Out of the metro area.
And both of those are the Minneapolis metro area? Or?
No, both of those will be in the Brainerd area.
Oh, okay, got it.
Both of those teams we're playing once at home and then once away.
Mm-hmm.
So that's our 4 games. The North Stars Elite, it's a little bit of a different North Star Elite team. Our travel team is kids from all over, but this is the Brainerd Lakes area North Star Elite, so it's based more out of kids based from more of the Brainerd local area.
Okay.
A lot of kids that are a little bit more new and things of that nature, and then some kids that play at communities where they don't even have tackle football before 7th grade are coming to play with our 4th, 5th, and 6th graders.
Wow, that's awesome.
We're just trying to open the door to get on the football field.
And football, one of my favorite sports to play back when I was in junior high and high school, and even coached a little football in high school, and also played some baseball and soccer and basketball, and I think I played one other sport, but I can't remember.
Was it boxing then?
No, it wasn't boxing.
You might forget that.
I remember I showed up late for baseball because it was during the time change with the hour difference, and I showed up at the end of practice instead of the beginning of practice, so wasn't allowed to play in that next game. But I laughed it off, and I was like, lesson learned, but I was a little bit bummed I didn't get to play in that game. Do be an honest mistake, obviously, but quarterback keeper here, he has a little bit of a hole, gets a couple blockers, and with the second effort, he's going to get over the 35, and he'll get spin cycled down at about the 38, 39-yard line, just shy of the 40, with 22 minutes and change remaining here in the first half.
Westfall is a tough kid. He's a grinder. Both quarterbacks out here in this game are really good dual-threat quarterbacks, in my opinion. Breyer, he can really run and stretch it out and throw it, and Westfall here, he's just a strong, hard-nosed runner, and now, he can throw it too.
Correct me if I'm wrong, most of these kids will end up playing, assuming their families stick in the area, will end up playing for Minnesota high school, right? Most of them?
Yes.
Okay.
At this event, the one that we had at U.S. Bank was the biggest as far as kids from all over. We actually had 15 states represented at that.
Nice. That's awesome.
We had kids from Texas, Philadelphia, Georgia, California, and then a lot of the region up here. But we had a lot of kids that traveled.
16-8 our score, 21-15 and counting to go here in the first half of play between the White Stars and the Gray Stripes. The White Stars with the football right now, and he might get back to the line of scrimmage. He may have even gained a half a yard. We'll see where they spot it. That was a tough half yard to gain, and I couldn't quite see who had the ball on that one.
Eli Basildoo.
Basildoo. When in doubt, it's Basildoo.
Yeah.
Second down and 9. He actually gained about 3/4 of a yard on that play. Not quite a full yard, so it's the second and the long 9. What's that?
Round that up for him, huh? You have to get a whole yard?
I'm a tough one like that.
Okay.
Quarterback keeper on the fake handoff has a hole and then sprints back inside of the middle and gets himself up to midfield. It's a gain of 11 1/4. There you go.
Oh, there, round it out.
11 1/4.
I could say that you probably are the most specific announcer I've ever heard. You don't even hear that on the NFL level.
I could round it down to 11 yards, but then I'd be cheating him out of a quarter of a yard, right?
You're doing fantastic.
1935 and counting to go here in the first half. 16-8 ball game in favor of the Gray Stripes.
Looks like we're getting another water break. That sun's beating down on them. This is a great football game once again.
Well, while we have the water break, let's go ahead and take a look at that upcoming schedule here. We can pull it up for you on our screen. And as I had mentioned there, Friday, August 19th, Kindred and Lisbon will kick off the high school football season here this fall in Magnitude Sports. A couple of volleyball matchups for you on August 30th. Thursday, September 1, I did talk with the athletic director at DGF. That is not a misprint. It is the Thursday night football between Dilworth, Glendon, Felton, and Thief River Falls. Those two, when they get together, always a fun matchup to watch, and we're trying to keep that volleyball game on, but that football game certainly throws a wrench into those plans, but I think we'll be able to get the volleyball game on Thursday night. And then another pair of football games on Friday, September 2nd, Barnesville West Central area. Those two went deep into the playoffs last year. Barnesville losing in the second round at U.S. Bank Stadium. West Central area losing in the third round at U.S. Bank Stadium last year. And then Perm and Detroit Lakes will kick off the Perm volleyball season. Actually, it'll be the second game for Perm in the volleyball season. Now we return here to live action. If I can find the right button. I guess we had a little bit more time to spare here. But you can take a look at that entire schedule going all the way through the end of October at magnitudesn.com. Click on the schedule button on the menu bar on the homepage of magnitudesn.com. You can browse around the website, check out some other cool things. We got a page on there of record holders and 10 different sports. No, check that, 9 different sports that we have various records for: basketball, baseball, softball, swimming, football, volleyball. I'm sure there's a few that I'm missing there, but hockey.
Frisbee football?
Not yet, but hopefully in the near future.
Well, here they come. White squad try to tie that score up.
And they'll try and do it from half the field instead of almost the full field.
Uh-oh, big balls will do.
And right up the middle, and he dropped the ball. And they're still fighting for it and covering it up there for the White Stars is Isaac Thede. Did I say that right? Sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll go with that.
So a near catastrophe for the White Stars, but Isaac T.
At first, I thought that the Gray was going to get it, but the White pulled it off.
Yeah, they right spot, right time type of a situation.
Full speed, that's a load.
Yeah.
you gotta cover that football up, but he's a load to bring down. He's all a 260-pound fullback in the 13-14U division. That's a big body to get to the ground.
So the ball's spotted now at the 37-yard line here for the White Stars. A low snap and a handoff, and he gets bought down immediately for a loss of 2 at about the 39-yard line.
Carlito.
Or I wrote down a C as Carlito, so it's Tarlito. Let me write down a T instead. Do you know his first name, or is his first name?
That is his first name.
Oh, okay, never mind then. Sounds like a cool last name as well. So Inside 18 minutes to go, approaching 17 and a half, and he'll work out of the shotgun. He pumps to the right. Now he tucks the ball in, stiffs arms, goes back to the right, and somehow he's going to gain yardage out of that. He's not going to get too much. He's going to get about 5, but it's a well-earned 5, and they'll bring up 4th down, I believe. Or 3rd down, excuse me. Was a down ahead of myself there.
A heck of a stiff arm.
Yeah, no kidding. Absolutely it was. Inside 17 minutes to go now.
Yeah, that Westfall kid, he's tough. He was a part of a couple big collisions at U.S. Bank Stadium. Big ones. On defense and then also running the ball.
Ball at the 45, 3rd down and 8. I said 45. I meant to say the 35-yard line. It fired over the middle, and that one was deflected and nearly picked off. It was deflected there by number...
Briar Shoot.
Oh, I thought it was number 11, but maybe it was number 10.
Yeah, the quarterback, Briar Shoot, playing safety there. He made a good read on that ball.
Now it's 4th down, 4th and 8, which is a long ways when it's 4th down compared to 2nd or 3rd down, but so we can call it a 4th and long 8 if you wanted to. Gray stripes in primary gray with, I believe it's purple numbers outlined in a yellowish gold. Their choice of pants and helmets. Of course, they got the American flag design over the 2 shoulder pads. Both teams had that American flag design over the 2 shoulder pads. And now he'll stiff arm his way up near the 30. The extra effort will get him right up to the 30, and it's going to be a little bit short of the 1st down. It'll be a turnover on downs, but it's still not a bad place to turn the ball over right at the 30. Gives him a 70-yard field, and
I'm trying to be on your level. It looked like he was about 2.5 yards short. What do you think?
I was not paying attention to where they like they already moved the chain, so I couldn't make a decision on that one. So
I was trying to make you proud there.
I'm pretty sure you nailed it right on. I'm very proud of you. So
can't be in a booth with you without having to raise your level, otherwise you'll look bad.
Well, you're welcome to join me in the booth during that 10-game extravaganza in Grand Forks coming up in November. I might need a couple games off on that one. We'll get some extra people up there to help us out.
I won't be afraid to come and help a little bit here and there.
That was a tough one last year. I think we had 8 games, and I made it through 6.5 before I absolutely had to take a break.
And weren't you coming on a short night's sleep, too, if I don't remember right?
I was, yeah. I'm actually coming off a short night's sleeps last night, too. Played a game of Risk with my friend Rob and a few other friends on game night, and started about 8 o'clock, and I walked out of his house at 2 a.m., so I got eliminated from the game at about 1:30 a.m. That's a nice run. That's a 1st down, out of bounds at about the 43, and picking up the yardage there for the Gray Stripes.
Briar Shoot.
Briar Shoot. Once again, his 10 does not look like a 10 most of the time.
Definitely got a nice long stride. I believe his dad said something about he was working with doing some track workouts and different things of that nature.
Uh-huh.
Said helped him with his speed.
Yeah, a lot of track stars also play football. That's one thing I've noticed doing football over the past several years, is that most of those names on that football roster are names on the track roster as well.
Yeah, if they don't love baseball, if they're not a baseball player, I think track is a fantastic sport to complement football, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think I know a handful of others who would agree with that statement as well.
And even if it's not just the sprinting and things of that nature, I mean, even a shot putter with the line
And he will claw his way up to about the 19, maybe the 18, depending on where they spot it at.
Looks like we got Carlito jumped on him. He's got his jersey kind of crinkled up there. It's kind of hard to see, but I recognize that Inner City Ducks helmet.
Joby Tweet, Inner City Ducks helmet. Of course, the bright yellow one that, if you don't have a pair of binoculars, almost looks like a Green Bay Packers helmet, almost.
Uh-oh.
I'm just stating what I see. I'm not saying that I like the Green Bay Packers, because I don't. But and even if my opportunity to continue doing this was dependent on me lying about liking the Packers, it's still not a lie. And I have many friends who could back me up on that. So, yeah, the Vikings, the Twins, they're about the only, quote, local teams living in North Dakota that I cheer for. Otherwise, my other team won a championship this year. So, pop quiz, who was that? Drawing a blank on him. He does not know. This time, Shoot will work out a shotgun. He takes a 3-step drop and rolls to his right. He still has the ball. He's looking. He passes, and it's caught. It is caught by, that is Tom McKenzie. And number 9 catches it close to the 9-yard line. Now the official back at the 25 officially rules it a catch. But he had to get low and get his arms between the ball and the turf there to make that reception. That was definitely not an easy catch to be made, and he made it. And now it looks like, or did he make it? I don't know. I was looking through binoculars, and he clearly made the catch through what I saw in my binoculars. But it looks like there was a holding call. Okay. So that's going to back them up a tremendous amount of yardage here.
Yep.
Bring them all the way back to the 35-yard line. It's going to be 2nd down and 25. They have to get to the 10-yard line for a first down. Looks like we have another water break.
It's going to take a water break to get that. It's getting hot. Get that 25 yards.
9:15 to go here in the first half of the final game of the 2022 preseason showcase.
So you're a Vikings and a Twins fan. That's all. That's the only love we get in Minnesota.
Yeah.
No Timberwolves.
No. I've never been a Timberwolves fan. I've never been. Is it the Lynx, the women's team in basketball?
Okay.
Yeah, I've never been a Lynx fan. I've never been a whatever their MLS soccer team is. I've never been a fan of them.
What about hockey?
Hockey is definitely Colorado Avalanche. So.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, look. Yeah, I see your hat now, actually. So how'd that happen?
You should see my
Why
closet.
the Colorado Avalanche?
Because the Wild left Minnesota back in, 91 or 90 to go to Dallas, and they left me without a team for a decade, and then I took Colorado in 95 and never looked back. So
Okay. So
yeah.
So when the North Stars left, you were a free agent.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a great way to put it.
Signed on and didn't bandwagon or jump back, huh?
Nope, not at all.
I see you're wearing a hat, so yeah, you're pretty dedicated to that.
This hat was
operation.
bought back in the early days. It'd be the 95, 96, or the 96, 97 season.
Okay.
Bought it at Shields Sporting Goods way back there, and now I have a total of, I think, 6 or 7 Avalanche hats. I have a half a closet full of T-shirts, hoodies, and jerseys for the Avalanche. And you should walk down my hallway from my living room to the Magnitude office, and you'll walk through the Colorado Avalanche, what I call the hallway of fame. So
is hockey or football or hockey your favorite sport?
Hockey's definitely my favorite sport. Yeah, I love the fast pace of it. I love the hard hitting. I love the, you just never know when a goal's going to be scored. You could see 10 goals in the span of 5 minutes, or you could see 1 goal in the span of 5 periods in hockey. You just never know what's going to happen in hockey. I'd have to say football is my second favorite, right behind that. As far as high school sports go, hockey's definitely my favorite to call. Basketball and volleyball are my second favorites to call. There's a double reverse handoff. Play. And that one is going to number 1. That is Knox. No, check that. That is Westfall. Or it is Knox.
Yep, Knox and
We'll see who comes. Let's see here. I'll take a peek.
Actually, it's number 1 on gray.
Yeah, so it's Trevor Westfall, who makes that great run there. Oh, so I forgot to start the clock. I wonder if anybody noticed.
No one's hollering at you. Yeah, Knox is number 1 on one team, and Westfall. They're both Cambridge Blue Jackets. Cambridge Isanti Blue Jackets.
So until my phone's dead, so you're just gonna have to tell me when you want me to adjust the clock.
My phone's dead too, so
I guess we have a lot of talking to do then.
Do we have another way to keep time up here?
Yeah, I do have a phone. Mine works, yeah.
Okay, you're winning.
Oh yeah. What time is it?
Yeah.
Okay, he wants us to stop the clock now. 6:30. So if we had another game, it would start at 7:30. So we got an hour. 45, 10 for halftime is 55. So we should have about maybe 3 or 4 minutes left of this one. Are you thinking?
And then we'll wrap this up at 7:20.
Okay.
Game. We could play this out with the 8:23 and adjust the second half to wrap the game up at 7:20.
All right.
Our time is up here at the St. Cloud State University at 7:30, and it's been a
7:31, and you have to pay them more or what?
Well, they're not. Hopefully not. They're not quite like that. Some of the venues are. Some of them bigger venues are very strict per se on a lot of those things. But the rules are rules, so
yep.
I get it. But
exactly. At least they get the opportunity to play in some of those big venues. You were saying something about high schools?
Yeah, some of the high schools are a little more flexible. Or this college is not so much in use, but you get into more of the indoor venues. They got a little bit different. It's a little bit different. They cost more to run them. I get it.
Looking for that pass. He lobs one out. It's caught. And he's brought down at the 5-yard line. I believe it's Jody Tweet on the reception.
Yep. Jody Tweet with the catch. And Carlito out there at the outside linebacker slot. He was slot receiver he was covering. He jumped that route nicely. Just kind of actually overran it. That was almost a huge play.
Jacob Prill in on a block on that catch, too. That made that catch possible.
Carlito could have came up with that. I think he would have been gone. That would have been a huge momentum change that could have brought it back to a tie score.
Actually, Gray is leading right now, so.
Yep.
I know.
I was mentioning Carlito, the defense. That could have been a pick six.
You got it. No, okay. Yep. He'll evade some pressure, lob it into the end zone, and it is caught. In the back corner of the end zone, it is caught there by Tom McKenzie for the touchdown.
smallest guy out here on the field got 2 touchdowns.
Yeah. He's a candidate for the player of the game.
Yes, I was just going to say, that's an MVP candidate.
Sponsored by Bonanza unofficially, because I think that's where I'm going to head after the game for some food.
All right, that sounds like a plan.
Yeah, they used to have one in Fargo, and they used to have one in Bismarck where I grew up, and they shut them all down. And they used to have 2 in Bismarck, actually, and they shut them all down, and now the one here in St. Cloud's the only one that I'm aware that even exists.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm from I live in Brainerd, and my dad, who's from Wadena, when he'd always come up and visit, that was our family's favorite place to go, right there in Brainerd.
Yeah.
For years and years. That one was around for a long time. And about 4 or 5 years ago now, when that went, my dad's like, well, where are we going to eat now?
Yeah.
I'm like,
I felt the same way. So line up for the 2-point conversion. Go ahead. And he'll be brought down short. On the carry there is Briar Shoot. And it'll remain 22-8 here with 5:45 and counting to go here in the first half.
Briar tricked me there. I thought he handed it off at first there. That was a nice little fake.
Yeah.
And then, but yeah, I stumbled there when I was to say that I thought we were going to get a Bonanza sponsorship or something out of this deal, trying to. Oh, see Briar shaking up a little bit. Looks like he's limping, maybe an ankle or something. I don't know. They definitely need to get him well. He's very important to the great team's success.
Well, since we didn't start the clock after the last injury, we'll let this one run until they whistle at us up here and tell us to stop it. And then that should make up for our mistake earlier.
Mistake? There's no such thing up here in this booth. A mistake, is there?
A little over 2,000 broadcasts. 2,000. This is broadcast 2025. This 14U game here on Magnitude Sports.
Okay.
So I'm sure we've made an error or two in 2025 broadcast.
1 or 2. That's not bad.
Yeah.
Well, 1 per 1,000 or so.
Yeah, I'd say that.
That's why so many people are wanting you to broadcast for them.
Because we don't make errors.
Job. I really want to let you know that.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm always the humble one. I'll take all the compliments, but I never let them go to my head. Basel dude, though, might go to my head, and watching him rumble down a football field in my dreams in the near future, but scoring a few touchdowns. Whatever high school he ends up going to, I want to make sure I call his high school games because I want to say that name scoring a touchdown. Maybe I'll get lucky and I'll get to say them scoring a touchdown in this game. We'll see, but
I have a feeling if they get down there in the goal line, Coach Caldwell's going to call his number. New London Spicer is where he plays, Mr. Baseldu.
New London Spicer. Where's that located at, out of curiosity?
That's right over about 15 miles, I believe. That's where our last showcase actually was, over by Wilmer.
Okay. I know where Wilmer's at, so okay.
I believe that's the same program. Couple players made the NFL from a couple brothers.
3rd down and 3. 3rd and 3. Do you give it to Baseldon here and go up the middle maybe, or?
I wouldn't put it past Coach Caldwell. He's a smash mouth kind of guy. Look at where he's talking to Basel, dude, clapping his hands.
And no, they'll hand it off to the inner city Duck instead.
Carlito.
Is it Tarlito or Carlito? So I had a C the first time,
Yep,
then I changed it to a T, and now I'm going to change it back to a C.
Carlito.
Okay.
So that's the third mistake?
Yep.
Over 2,000
Yeah.
broadcasts.
In one broadcast, I think. All in the same player.
I think I'm bringing you down.
No, you're not. If my phone wasn't dead, I'm pretty sure we'd go up in viewership now that we got the big guy on our broadcast. So.
My phone said you had only 4 minutes.
Westfall ball. Hard nose. Breyer hung on. That was the 2 quarterbacks going head to head.
And he'll get the first down as a result. He'll spot the ball at the
How many
40.
viewers are we at here?
47, it looks like. How many what?
Viewers.
I don't know. My phone's dead and your phone's dead, so I don't know. We're probably at 8 million, right in that area.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll go with that. Hopefully that's not another mistake.
I know we got Reynardo Gonzalez watching. He commented during the 12U game saying he can't wait for the 14U game to start. And now we're almost to halftime of that 14U game, and hopefully you've enjoyed what you've seen so far, Reynardo.
That's Carlito was back over there making a play, and to Westfall.
And the ball comes loose. And falling on it at about the 10 or 11-yard line there is someone with red.
Number 75.
Number 75. It's Anthony Russell.
From Milwaukee.
So the Milwaukee, Wisconsin resident on the field will not only keep possession for the White Stars, but also gain them an extra yard or so on that fumble recovery. Down 22-8. White Stars could really use a score here on this possession, and they are knocking on the door right now.
Oh, I believe they called a timeout, but they'll figure it out down there.
Okay. Let's see if they give us a signal to.
If they don't, maybe they'll keep the time, and maybe it's just one more play on the field. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
So in bonus time here in the first half, or as they would say in the soccer world, stoppage time.
Have one more play.
One more play to try and score here before halftime.
This would be a big play to really keep this game tight going into the second half.
Definitely give them some momentum going into the second half as well.
Oh, you can run it.
And he's going to get stopped at about the 5. You meet up with 3 jerseys, one of them being number 90. Maybe it was 92. If it was 92, it was Gonzalez.
I believe that was it, Gonzalez.
Yeah, because I don't have a number 90
been a
available.
Lot of yards
so
in this game. Could be a little bit more high scoring even than it has been.
Yeah.
It's been exciting like that. High powered offense is going at it. Yeah, that was a big play though.
22-8, our halftime score. We'll take a timeout and we'll stretch our legs and come back here for the second half in just a moment. It's 22-8 in favor of the Gray Stars, or the Gray Stripes, excuse me, here in the 14U game of the preseason showcase for the MPFL here on Magnitude Sports. Back in about 10 minutes. All right, welcome back. JJ has decided to go down to the field to wrap things up here as he'll have some things to take care of once this game is finished as far as closing up shop here at Husky Stadium. 24 minutes on the clock now. Your clock on screen says 27. I was told to set the clock so the game would end at 7:20 p.m. So we set our clock to 24 on the field. It was originally set at 27, and then they didn't start the half in time, so. They'll pitch it out 20, 30 up the middle to the 31-yard line. As the sun starts to set and cast the shadow over the field there, we'll do our best to get through the next 23 minutes of this one without it getting too dark on the field there. But the middle of that shadow is about where we're broadcasting from. That's the shadow of the press box extending to the far hashtags on the field. And a long run down the near sideline. It's pulled out at about the 25. We'll see where they spot it. That's a really stretchy jersey there. I think it was grabbed at the 35, and it almost looked like he had a hold on that jersey until he got out at about the 25-yard line. So actually, looks like he was out at about the 30. So you can see the down here on the field at the 30-yard markers, closer to the 22 now. So he was punched out, or not punched out, but pushed out at about the 30-yard line. And that's, I believe, a holding call, and it's going to push him back. So take that big play off the board, and they'll try again. This time, third down from the 27. Third down and 8. Gray scrambling in the backfield, finds open room, and he gets chopped at about the 42. So buckle him down at just in front of that far sideline. 20 minutes to go now here in the ball game. Once again, our clock's about 3 minutes behind. Local time 6:59, and this game, I was told, has to end by 7:20. So when the clock on your screen hits about 1 or 2 minutes, the game will be over. According to what I've been told anyway. I've been told a lot of things doing MPFL events, and sometimes it turns out that those things aren't as accurate as I've been told. But I have confidence in this one though, so. And a fumble, and who fell on top of it? Looks like Gray did. Another fumble, so back-to-back fumbles on back-to-back plays. He'll roll to his right. He's looking downfield. He enters the sun-filled portion of the field and across the 40 and pushes his way up over the 35. Still on his feet, out of bounds at about the 32. Gains extra 3 yards on the third extra effort on that play. That's a nice pickup for Gray. They lead 22-8 right now. .13 minutes to go now here in this ball game, and Gray looking to add to their 22-8 lead. Here are the gray stripes over the white stars. And that's a handoff, and he's got some room at the 20, at the 15, at the 10. A man to beat, and he crawls inside the pylon for the touchdown. Now we have a white star slow to get up after the play. Down in the, just outside the corner of the end zone there. Can't quite see who it is. His teammates have huddled around him. Hopefully he's okay, nothing major, but nice touchdown run there, and all of a sudden it's 28-8. With a 2-point conversion coming up shortly here after they attend to the injury. And like I said, hopefully it's nothing too significant. He is getting helped. It is it is Sean Reese. Sean Reese is the one on the bench who got injured on the play. All right, 7:09, so we'll let our clock catch up while they are looking to restart the clock. Maybe our clock can catch up to the one on the field now. The one on the field's been stopped at 11:12. Clock on the field's been reset to 9 minutes now, so we're not going to get caught up. Eight, right? It's 8. Got to be off the field by 7:20. There's only 7 minutes on the clock. Yeah.
Did they hear you?
I don't know if they heard me, but
They have to be off by when?
by 7:20. That's what I was told by JJ anyway.
You have to be off the field by 7:20.
So officially 6:14 on the clock right now. And he will score, and that's an extra 2 points on the 2-point conversion attempt after the touchdown that happened after the injury. So it's now 30-0, or 30-8, excuse me. And a bobbled snap, and it's picked up. And he'll gain maybe a couple on that, and that's the maximum. Another handoff on a huge bulldozer move there, but actually loses a yard on the play. Screen pass in the backfield, and he's dropped instantly after catching it. And he'll launch it downfield. It's bobbled and intercepted and dropped. He had it in his hands, and then it slipped through. So just 90 seconds remain of this game now. So maybe a couple more plays here to try and get another score on the board for White, but we'll see what happens over the next minute, 4 seconds. Spin move, and it looks like they are giving the, maybe it was 4th down on that incomplete pass. So good thing that he didn't make the interception. Now we'll see if Gray can tack on to their 30-8 lead here in the next 21 seconds or so. And this will likely be the final play. Teams will line up and shake hands, and that'll do it for our broadcast here of the 2022 MPFL Preseason Showcase. 3 great games today. 37-6 in the 10U game, 22 in favor of White, 22-0 in the 12U game in favor of Gray, and in the 14U game, Gray takes care of business once again with a 30-8 victory over the White. Thank you so much for joining us. Once again, check our schedule online or at our website at magnitude.sn.com for upcoming game broadcasts. Friday, August 19th, Kindred Vikings, Lisbon Broncos high school football kicks off the fall sports season here on Magnitude Sports. Thank you so much for watching. We'll talk to you again next time here on Magnitude.
Seating has been a presentation of the Magnitude Sports Network. Don't forget to subscribe, click the bell, and visit our website at magnitudesn.com for a schedule of our upcoming broadcasts.